Welcome to What If Sleep Storin', where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if, in a world where fog danced with gaslight and secrets slumbered beneath cobblestones, a lost soul carried the weight of empires in his trembling hands, seeking truth in the quiet corners of London's most mysterious dwelling? So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. The fog rolled through London like a gentle spirit, thick and comforting as a woolen blanket pulled close on a winter's evening. It wrapped around the gas lamps of Baker Street, transforming their amber glow into soft halos that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a sleeping city's heart. The year was 1895, and autumn had settled over England with the weight of old secrets and whispered promises. In the upper rooms of 221B Baker Street, where shadows danced with the flicker of firelight, the air held the familiar scents of pipe tobacco, old leather, and the faint metallic tang of chemical experiments long concluded. The wallpaper, a deep burgundy with subtle golden patterns, seemed to absorb the lamplight and hold it, creating a cocoon of warmth against the London chill that pressed against the windows like curious fingers. Sherlock Holmes sat in his favourite armchair, the one that had moulded itself to his angular frame through countless evenings of contemplation. The leather creaked softly as he shifted, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, grey eyes reflecting the dancing flames in the hearth. The fire crackled with a rhythm that matched the gentle patter of rain beginning to tap against the window panes, each droplet catching the gaslight from the street below and scattering it like tiny stars across the glass. The detective's face, sharp and thoughtful, held the serene expression of a man lost in the labyrinth of his own mind. His dark hair caught the firelight in places, creating an interplay of shadow and gleam that shifted with each subtle movement. The pipe in his hand had long since gone cold, forgotten in the depths of whatever puzzle currently occupied his thoughts. Dr. John Watson sat across from him, the day's newspaper spread across his lap, though his attention had wandered from the printed words to the hypnotic dance of the flames. The good doctor's face, weathered by years of adventure and marked by the kindness that had drawn so many to seek his counsel, reflected a peaceful contentment. His moustache, perfectly groomed as always, twitched slightly as he suppressed a yawn. The day had been long, filled with the gentle routines that had come to define their partnership. The rain outside grew steadier, creating a soft percussion against the windows that blended with the whisper of settling coals in the grate. London in the evening held a particular magic, when the harsh edges of daylight softened into something dreamlike, when every shadow might conceal a story, and every fog-wrapped street corner promised mystery. The city breathed slowly, its million inhabitants settling into the rhythm of another night, each carrying their own small dramas and quiet hopes. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard occasionally on the stairs below, a comforting reminder of the domestic world that anchored their more extraordinary pursuits. The scent of her evening tea drifted upward, mixing with the other familiar aromas that made 221B feel less like lodgings and more like a sanctuary. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled the hour with deep, resonant notes that seemed to echo not just through the streets, but through time itself. It was into this atmosphere of perfect tranquillity that the first disruption came, though so gently that it might have been mistaken for another whisper of the wind. A soft knock at the door below, followed by the measured tread of Mrs. Hudson's feet and the low murmur of voices. Watson looked up from his paper, catching Holmes's eye, and both men smiled slightly at the familiar ritual. Even in their moments of rest, the world had a way of seeking them out. The visitor's footsteps on the stairs were hesitant, measured, carrying the weight of someone who climbed not just 17 steps, but toward a decision that would change everything. Each footfall seemed to echo with the gravity of unspoken burdens, of secrets carried across vast distances and through sleepless nights. The rain continued its gentle percussion, as if the very sky were holding its breath. When Mrs. Hudson's knock came at their door, it carried with it all the warmth and competence that had made her such an integral part of their lives. "Gentlemen," came her voice, seasoned with years of ushering strangers into their midst, "There's a gentleman here to see you. Says it's a matter of some delicacy." Holmes's grey eyes flickered with interest, though his posture remained relaxed. "Show him up, Mrs. Hudson, and perhaps some tea. The evening has grown quite chill." The man who entered their sitting room seemed to carry winter itself in the folds of his dark coat. He was perhaps 35 years of age, with the bearing of someone who had known both privilege and hardship, sometimes on the same day. His face, aristocratic in its lines but marked by worry, carried the pale complexion of northern climates and the haunted look of someone who had seen too much of the world's capacity for both cruelty and kindness. His hair, a dark blonde that caught the firelight like spun gold, was immaculately groomed despite the evident fatigue in his blue eyes. Those eyes, the colour of winter sky over snow-covered steppes, held depths that spoke of long journeys and longer nights spent in contemplation. His clothes, while well made, bore the subtle signs of travel, of nights spent in carriages and days spent looking over one's shoulder. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice carrying the musical cadence of educated Russian, softened by years of speaking English, but never quite losing its native rhythm. "Dr. Watson. I go by the name of Alexei Volkov, though I confess that is not the name I was born with." Holmes gestured to the chair opposite his own, noting the way their visitor's gaze swept the room, taking in details with the automatic caution of someone who had learned to read environments for danger as well as comfort. "Please sit. The fire is warm, and Mrs. Hudson's tea is precisely what a man needs on such an evening." Volkov settled into the offered chair with a grace that spoke of court training, his movements economical and controlled. As the firelight played across his features, it revealed small scars along his jawline, old marks that suggested a life that had not always been spent in comfort. His hands, resting on the arms of the chair, were those of a gentleman, but bore calluses that hinted at harder times. "I find myself in need of your expertise," Volkov continued, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the very walls might betray his words. "For I believe I am being hunted, and the hunter wears the face of the Russian state itself." The rain outside seemed to intensify at his words, drumming against the windows with renewed urgency. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his fingers still steepled, his expression one of calm attention that invited confidence. Watson set aside his newspaper entirely, his medical training evident in the way he studied their visitor, noting the tension in his shoulders, the careful way he held himself as if prepared to flee at any moment. "The Russian state," Holmes repeated softly, his voice carrying neither judgment nor surprise, merely the tone of a man accustomed to hearing extraordinary claims in ordinary rooms. "That is quite a hunter indeed. What makes you believe you have earned such august attention?" Volkov's laugh held no humour, only the bitter recognition of irony. "Because, Mr. Holmes, they believe I am someone I am not certain I wish to be. They believe I am Alexei Nikolaevich Romanov, the lost son of Tsar Alexander III, thought dead these 15 years. The words hung in the air like smoke from Holmes's pipe, curling around the warm confines of the room and settling into every corner. The fire crackled softly, the only sound for several heartbeats as the implications of the statement found their way into the consciousness of both listeners. Watson's eyebrows rose slightly, his medical mind already calculating the possibilities, while Holmes's grey eyes sharpened with the particular intensity he reserved for puzzles that promised to challenge every assumption. "Thought dead," Holmes said finally, his voice carrying the weight of careful consideration. "An interesting choice of words. Not confirmed dead, but thought dead. This suggests circumstances of some ambiguity." Volkov nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames as if they might hold answers to questions he was afraid to ask aloud. "I was 7 years old when I disappeared from the Imperial Palace in St. Petersburg. There had been attempts on my father's life, threats against the family. The official story was that I had fallen through ice while playing near the Neva River, my body swept away by the current." He paused, his fingers tracing unconscious patterns on the chair's armrest, patterns that might have been maps or might have been memories. But I remember being taken from my bed in the night, whisked away by people I had been told to trust. I remember a journey that seemed to last forever, through forests so deep and dark that they swallowed sound itself. I remember being told my name was no longer my own. Mrs. Hudson appeared as if summoned by the weight of the revelation, bearing a tea service that gleamed in the firelight. The ritual of serving provided a gentle interlude, the familiar sounds of china and silver creating a bridge between the extraordinary claim and the comfortable reality of their sitting room. The tea's aroma, bergamot and warmth seemed to anchor them all to the present moment. "Who told you this?" Watson asked gently, his voice carrying the bedside manner that had comforted countless patients. "Who are these people who spirited you away?" Volkov accepted his cup with hands that trembled almost imperceptibly, the tremor visible only to observers trained to notice such details. "A woman who said she was my aunt, though I later learned she had no blood connection to the Romanovs. She called herself Anna Petrovna, and she raised me in a small village in Finland, telling me stories of my true heritage, but warning me never to speak of it to anyone." He sipped the tea slowly, savouring not just the warmth but the momentary pause it provided in his narrative. "She taught me languages, history, mathematics, all the things a prince might need to know. But she also taught me to hunt, to fish, to survive in the wilderness. She said that in the new world that was coming, such skills might matter more than the ability to speak French or dance the waltz." The rain outside had settled into a steady rhythm now, no longer urgent but patient, like a storyteller who knew that the best tales unfold in their own time. Holmes had taken up his pipe again, though he did not light it, using it instead as a prop for thought, turning it slowly in his long fingers as he processed the information being offered. "This Anna Petrovna," Holmes said, his voice carefully neutral. "What became of her?" A shadow passed across Volkov's features, and for a moment he looked much younger than his years, like the frightened child he must once have been. "She died 3 years ago. Fever, the doctor said, though she was convinced her time was running short for other reasons. Before she passed, she gave me documents, photographs, items she claimed would prove my identity. She made me promise to seek out the truth, to reclaim what was rightfully mine." Watson leaned forward, his expression gentle but probing. "And have you? Examined these documents, I mean. Do they support her claims?" Volkov reached into his coat with movements careful and deliberate, producing a leather portfolio worn smooth by handling. The leather was of fine quality but showed the patina of years, of being carried close to the heart through countless journeys. "I have spent 3 years having them examined by experts across Europe. The documents appear genuine. The photographs. One learns to see one's own features in old pictures, though time and hardship change a face." He opened the portfolio with reverent care, revealing papers that crackled with age and photographs that captured faces frozen in imperial grandeur. The firelight played across the images, bringing them to momentary life before retreating into shadow. Holmes extended his hand, and Volkov passed the portfolio across the space between them with the gesture of a man placing his entire future in another's keeping. The detective examined the contents with the methodical care of a scholar, his grey eyes moving across each document with the intensity of someone reading scripture. Watson rose from his chair to stand behind his friend, peering over Holmes's shoulder at the evidence of a life interrupted, a destiny deferred. The photographs showed a family group posed with the formal stiffness of imperial portraiture, but even through the constraints of the medium, warmth was evident in the arrangement, in the way hands rested on shoulders and gazes connected across the frame. The boy in the photographs, perhaps 6 or 7 years old, had the same aristocratic bone structure as their visitor, the same clear eyes that seemed to look beyond the camera towards some distant horizon. "The resemblance is striking," Watson murmured, his voice carrying the wonderment of a man confronted with the impossible made manifest. The set of the jaw, the line of the brow. Holmes continued his examination in silence, his trained eye noting not just the photographs but the quality of the paper, the style of the printing, the subtle details that would mark them as authentic or reveal them as elaborate forgeries. The documents bore official seals, imperial signatures, the accumulated weight of bureaucracy that surrounded the lives of the powerful. These appear genuine, Holmes said finally, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of a man who had learned not to commit to conclusions before examining all the evidence. The paper stock is correct for the period. The seals bear no signs of tampering, and the photographic techniques are consistent with imperial court practices of the 1880s. He closed the portfolio and handed it back to Volkov, who received it like a man reclaiming a piece of his soul. But authenticity of documents does not necessarily prove the identity of their bearer. Such things can be stolen, copied, passed down through channels both legitimate and otherwise. Volkov nodded, his expression suggesting he had anticipated this response. I understand your caution, Mr. Holmes. It is a caution I have shared for 3 years. But there are other things, details that no forger could have known to include. He reached for his tea again, using the moment to gather his thoughts, to find the words for experiences that had shaped him, but which he had never spoken aloud to another living soul. I remember the palace, not just the grand rooms that everyone knows, but the small details. The way the morning light fell through the windows of the breakfast room, the sound my father's boots made on the marble floors, the particular shade of blue my mother favoured for her morning dress. His voice grew softer as he spoke, taking on the dreamlike quality of someone revisiting a world that existed now only in memory. I remember a music box in my nursery, carved in the shape of a troika, with horses that would dance when the melody played. I remember the smell of the stables, the names of the dogs that followed me through the halls. The fire crackled softly, as if in response to his words, sending shadows dancing across the walls in patterns that might have been memories themselves, echoes of a childhood spent in rooms vast enough to hold the dreams of empire. Holmes listened with the complete attention he reserved for details that could not be manufactured, the small truths that survived when larger narratives failed. I remember being afraid, Volkov continued, his voice barely above a whisper now. Not of the threats that surrounded us, for I was too young to understand them fully, but of disappointing my father. He was a man who carried the weight of all Russia on his shoulders, and even as a child I could see how that weight pressed down on him. Watson had returned to his chair, but his newspaper lay forgotten as he found himself drawn into the narrative, his imagination painting pictures of a lost childhood, of a boy who had carried the burden of an empire's expectations without understanding their meaning. The doctor's compassionate nature was evident in his expression, in the way he leaned forward as if to offer comfort across the years. "And now?" Holmes asked, his voice gentle but penetrating. "You speak of being hunted. What has changed to bring you from the safety of anonymity to the attention of those who would do you harm?" Volkov's expression darkened, and the firelight seemed to catch the worry lines around his eyes, deepening them into canyons of concern. 6 months ago, I made the mistake of trusting the wrong person. I had come to London thinking to start a new life, to perhaps find work that would allow me to forget the burden of my birth. I met a man in a tavern near the docks, a Russian who claimed to be a fellow exile. He paused, his hands tightening around his teacup as if seeking warmth against a chill that came from within. I'd been drinking, missing Anna Petrovna, feeling alone in a way that goes beyond mere solitude. I spoke too freely, said things that should have remained locked in my heart. This man, he listened with great interest, asked questions that seemed innocent at the time. The rain outside had intensified again, creating a steady drumbeat against the windows that seemed to echo the urgency in Volkov's voice. Holmes's grey eyes never left their visitor's face, reading not just the words but the emotions that flickered across his features like shadows cast by a flame. "Within a week," Volkov continued, "I began to notice that I was being followed, not by common criminals or curious observers, but by men who moved with the precision of those trained in the arts of surveillance, men who wore their Russian origins in their bearing as clearly as if they carried flags." A Watson stirred in his chair, his military background evident in the way he straightened at the mention of pursuit. "Have they approached you directly? Made any demands or threats?" "Not directly, no, but their message is clear enough. 2 nights ago I returned to my lodgings to find that someone had been through my belongings. Nothing was taken, but everything had been examined, catalogued, assessed. It was a message as clear as if they had left a note. We know who you are, we know where you are, and we can reach you whenever we choose. The gravity of his situation settled over the room like fog rolling in from the Thames, thick and encompassing. Holmes set down his pipe and leaned back in his chair, his long fingers creating a cathedral arch beneath his chin as he processed the information, weighing possibilities and probabilities with the methodical precision of a chemist measuring volatile compounds. The question, Holmes said finally, is not whether you are who you claim to be, though that is certainly relevant to our investigation. The more immediate question is why the Russian state would care about one lost prince, presumed dead for 15 years, living quietly in London under an assumed name. Volkov's laugh held the bitter edge of a man who had been asking himself the same question for months. That, Mr. Holmes, is precisely what terrifies me. For if they care enough to hunt me across Europe, it suggests that my existence poses some threat I do not understand, and if I pose a threat, then I am also in danger. The fire had begun to burn lower, casting longer shadows across the room and creating pockets of darkness that seemed to harbour secrets. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard on the stairs again, followed by the soft closing of a door, the familiar sounds of a household settling into evening routine. But within the circle of firelight that contained the three men, the atmosphere remained charged with the electricity of mystery. Holmes rose from his chair with the fluid grace of a man whose mind had reached a decision, though he gave no outward sign of what that decision might be. He moved to the window, drawing back the heavy curtain to peer down at Baker Street through the Rain Street glass. The street below was wreathed in fog and shadow, the gas lamps creating pools of amber light that revealed little and concealed much. "Tell me," Holmes said without turning from the window, "this man you spoke to in the tavern. Describe him for me. Every detail you can remember, no matter how seemingly insignificant." Volkov closed his eyes, his expression taking on the intense concentration of someone diving deep into memory. He was perhaps 40 years old, with the kind of face that could disappear into any crowd. Medium height, medium build, brown hair going grey at the temples, but his hands were what I noticed most. They were soft, like a clerk's hands, but he wore a ring on his little finger that caught the light. What kind of ring? Watson asked, his military training evident in the precision of his question. Silver, with what looked like a family crest. I remember thinking it was unusual for a man who claimed to be a common exile to wear something so distinctive. Volkov opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Holmes's silhouette at the window. He bought me drinks all evening, and I thought him generous. Now I wonder if he was simply ensuring my tongue would be loose enough to serve his purposes. Holmes let the curtain fall back into place and turned to face them, his expression thoughtful. And his accent? His manner of speaking? Educated, but trying to hide it. He spoke English well, but occasionally Russian words would slip through, always followed by an apology and a claim that he was still learning the language. But his Russian was that of St. Petersburg, not the countryside. The accent of courts and ministries, not farms and factories. The detective returned to his chair, his movements deliberate and controlled. "Mr. Volkov, I believe you find yourself caught in the currents of something much larger than a simple question of identity. Your existence, whether as Alexei Romanov or as Alexei Volkov, has apparently become a piece on a chessboard, where the players operate at levels far removed from the concerns of ordinary men." Watson leaned forward, his expression serious. "Are you suggesting this is a matter of international politics, that the Russian government sees him as some sort of threat to stability?" "I am suggesting," Holmes replied carefully, "that the death of a 7-year-old prince 15 years ago may have served someone's purposes then, just as the reappearance of that prince serves different purposes now. The question is, whose purposes, and what has changed to make a living Alexei Romanov more valuable than a dead one?" Volkov set down his teacup with hands that no longer trembled, as if Holmes's words had somehow steadied him by giving shape to fears that had been formless. "You speak as if I am merely a symbol, a piece of paper with value attached to it, rather than a man with hopes and fears. In the eyes of those who move nations like chess pieces, that is precisely what you are," Holmes said, his voice gentle but uncompromising. "Your value lies not in who you are as a person, but in what your existence represents. You're a legitimate claim to a throne, a rallying point for those who would challenge the current order, a source of instability in a system that depends on the perception of permanence." The implications of this hung heavy in the air, like smoke from a snuffed candle. Outside, London continued its ancient rhythms, the rain washing the streets clean while the fog wrapped the city in anonymity. But within the warm confines of 221B Baker Street, three men contemplated the weight of history and the burden of bearing a name that carried the power to topple governments. "What would you have me do?" Volkov asked finally, his voice carrying the exhaustion of a man who had been running for too long from enemies he could not fully understand. "I cannot change who I was born to be, and I cannot seem to escape the consequences of that birth." Holmes steepled his fingers again, his grey eyes reflecting the firelight as he considered the question. "First, we must determine with certainty whether your pursuers represent official Russian interests or whether they serve other masters. The distinction is crucial, for it determines both the nature of the threat and the appropriate response." He paused, gathering his thoughts like a conductor preparing to lead an orchestra through a complex symphony. "Second, we must uncover why your existence has suddenly become significant enough to warrant such attention. What has changed in the political landscape to make a lost prince worth hunting?" Watson had retrieved his notebook from the table beside his chair and was taking notes with the methodical precision of a man accustomed to recording important details. "And third," Holmes said, his voice carrying the quiet confidence of a man who had faced impossible situations before and emerged victorious, "we must decide whether to help you disappear permanently or to use your existence as a weapon against those who would use it against you." The fire crackled softly, sending sparks up the chimney like tiny stars seeking their way back to the sky. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, and somewhere in the distance a church bell rang the passing of another hour. Time moved forward as it always did, indifferent to the human dramas that played out beneath its steady gaze. Volkov stood slowly, his movements carrying the weariness of a man who had carried an impossible burden for too long. "I thank you for listening to my story, Mr. Holmes. Simply having someone believe that it might be true has lifted a weight I did not realize I was carrying." "You mistake me," Holmes said, rising as well. "I have not simply listened to your story. I have accepted your case." The words seemed to transform the very air in the room, charging it with the electricity of commitment and purpose. Watson looked up from his notebook, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as he recognized the familiar signs of Holmes engaging with a puzzle that promised to challenge every assumption. "But I should warn you," Holmes continued, his expression serious, "that accepting this case means pursuing the truth wherever it may lead, even if that truth proves to be something other than what you hope to find. Are you prepared for the possibility that your memories may be false, your documents forgeries, your entire identity built upon foundations of wishful thinking and carefully constructed lies?" Volkov met his gaze steadily, and in that moment the firelight seemed to reveal not the worried exile who had climbed their stairs, but something of the prince he might once have been. "Mr. Holmes, I have lived with uncertainty for 15 years. What I cannot live with is never knowing the truth. Whatever that truth may be, it cannot be worse than the questions that have haunted my sleep." Holmes extended his hand, and Volkov clasped it with the firm grip of a man sealing a pact. "Then we begin tomorrow. Dr. Watson and I will require a full accounting of your movements since arriving in London, a detailed description of every person you have encountered, and complete access to all the documents and materials left to you by Anna Petrovna." "You shall have them," Volkov replied. "But tell me, how do you propose to begin? The trail I have followed has led only to questions that breed more questions." Holmes smiled, the expression transforming his sharp features into something almost warm. "We begin, my dear fellow, by asking the right questions of the right people. London may seem like a vast city where secrets can hide forever, but it is also a city where information flows like water, finding its way into every crack and crevice. Someone knows why you are being hunted, and someone knows by whom. We simply need to find the proper channels through which such information flows. Watson closed his notebook and stood, his expression carrying the anticipation of a man preparing for adventure. "I take it we'll be calling upon some of your irregular contacts." "Among others," Holmes replied. "But first, I think a visit to the Russian embassy might prove illuminating. Not to reveal our hand, you understand, but to observe the waters in which we will be swimming." The evening was drawing towards its close, the fire burning low and the rain beginning to soften from its steady drumbeat to a gentle whisper. Volkov gathered his portfolio with hands that seemed steadier now, as if sharing his burden had somehow lightened it. The three men stood in the warm circle of the dying firelight, each lost in his own thoughts about the adventure that lay ahead. "One final question," Holmes said, as their visitor prepared to take his leave. "In all your years with Anna Petrovna, did she ever speak of allies within Russia? People who might have aided in your escape, who might still be sympathetic to your cause?" Volkov paused at the door, his hand on the handle, his expression thoughtful. "She mentioned names sometimes late at night when she thought I was sleeping. Names whispered like prayers or curses, I was never certain which. But there was one she spoke of differently, with something that might have been hope. A Count Mikhail Volkonsky, though she always said he was as lost to the world as I was." "Volkonsky," Holmes repeated, filing the name away in the vast catalogue of his memory. "Thank you. That may prove significant." After Volkov had departed, his footsteps fading down the stairs and out into the fog-wrapped night, Holmes and Watson stood for a moment in comfortable silence. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting a warm red light that made the familiar room feel dreamlike, suspended between the ordinary world of daily concerns and the extraordinary realm of mystery and adventure. "Well, Holmes," Watson said finally, settling back into his chair with a contented sigh, "it seems we have acquired ourselves a prince." "Perhaps," Holmes replied, moving to poke the fire back to life. "Or perhaps we have acquired ourselves an elaborate fiction wrapped in genuine documents and sincere delusions. Time will tell which." "Do you doubt his story?" Holmes considered the question as he watched the flames spring back to life, sending new shadows dancing across the walls. "I doubt everything and believe nothing until the evidence compels me to do otherwise. But I will say this. If his story is false, it is a falsehood of remarkable complexity and internal consistency, and if it is true, yes, if it is true, then we find ourselves involved in matters that reach into the very heart of European politics. The implications of a living Romanov heir, particularly one who has lived for 15 years beyond the reach of imperial control, could destabilize the entire Russian political system." Watson reached for his pipe, beginning the familiar ritual of preparing it for smoking. "And that would be worth killing for?" "My dear Watson," Holmes said, settling back into his chair with a slight smile, "men have killed for far less than the throne of all the Russias. But more to the point, they have killed to prevent others from claiming such thrones. If our Mr. Volkov is indeed who he claims to be, then his very existence threatens the legitimacy of the current Tsar's reign." The doctor struck a match, the flame casting brief, bright light across his features, before settling into the steady glow of tobacco properly lit. "Then we're dealing with state-sanctioned assassination, possibly, or we're dealing with factions within the Russian government who see opportunity in chaos, or we're dealing with individuals who would use our putative prince for their own purposes, regardless of his personal wishes in the matter." They sat in comfortable contemplation as the fire rebuilt itself and the night deepened around them. Outside, London settled into its ancient rhythms, the fog wrapping the city like a blanket that had been worn soft by centuries of use. The rain had stopped, leaving only the gentle drip of water from the eaves and the distant sound of late carriages making their way through streets that gleamed like mirrors under the gas lamps. "I find myself curious about this Anna Petrovna," Watson said eventually. "A woman capable of spiriting away a prince, of maintaining him in exile for 15 years, of providing him with an education fit for royalty, while teaching him to survive in the wilderness. She sounds like a remarkable individual." Holmes nodded slowly, his long fingers drumming a gentle rhythm on the arm of his chair. "Indeed. and one wonders what manner of woman earns the trust of the imperial family sufficiently to be entrusted with their most precious treasure. Such trust is not given lightly, particularly in times of political crisis. A governess, perhaps, or a member of the extended family. Possibly, though the name Anna Petrovna tells us little. It is common enough to serve as effective camouflage, yet distinctive enough to be memorable, an excellent choice for someone who needed to disappear into anonymity while maintaining enough identity to function in society. The church bells tolled midnight, their deep notes rolling across the sleeping city like a gentle blessing. This sound seemed to mark not just the passing of another day, but the beginning of something new, an adventure that would test not only their detective skills, but their understanding of the complex web of loyalties and betrayals that bound the royal houses of Europe. "Tomorrow," Holmes said, rising from his chair and moving toward the window once more, "we begin to pull at the threads of this tapestry, but tonight we rest, for I suspect the days ahead will demand all our energy and concentration." Watson joined him at the window, and together they looked down at Baker Street, now gleaming wet and empty under the gas lamps. The fog had lifted slightly, revealing the outlines of buildings that had stood sentinel over London's secrets for generations. Somewhere out there, in the labyrinth of streets and alleys, their client was making his way back to lodgings that no longer felt safe, carrying documents that might prove his royal blood or might condemn him as an elaborate fraud. "Do you think he's safe tonight?" Watson asked, his voice carrying the concern of a man who had seen too much of the world's capacity for violence. Holmes was quiet for a moment, his grey eyes scanning the street below with the methodical attention of a sentinel checking his post. He has survived 15 years in exile, 3 years of investigation, and 6 months of active pursuit. He's either remarkably lucky or remarkably skilled at staying alive. I suspect it is the latter. And tomorrow, where do we begin? With the Russians, as I mentioned, but also with a careful examination of London's Russian community. Exiles have a way of keeping track of one another, and news travels swiftly through such circles. If our prince has attracted official attention, others will know of it. They turned away from the window as the fire settled into its final phase, the flames dying down to leave only the warm glow of embers. The room felt different now, charged with purpose and anticipation, as if it had transformed from a place of rest into a command centre, from which they would coordinate their investigation. Watson gathered his papers, his notebook, the accumulated detritus of an evening that had begun in peaceful routine and ended in royal intrigue. "I'll make some discreet inquiries at my club tomorrow. Several of the members have had diplomatic postings to Russia. They might have insights into the current political climate. Excellent. And I shall pay a visit to my brother Mycroft. If anyone in London knows the true state of Russian intelligence operations, it will be him." Holmes moved to his desk, pulling out a fresh sheet of paper and beginning to make notes in his precise handwriting. The scratch of pen on paper seemed loud in the quiet room, each stroke recording details that might prove crucial in the days to come. Names, dates, locations, the carefully catalogued fragments of a story that might reshape the balance of European power, or might prove to be nothing more than the elaborate delusion of a lonely man seeking meaning in an indifferent world. The embers in the grate settled with a soft whisper, sending a final spiral of smoke up the chimney. Outside, London slept on, wrapped in fog and dreams, unaware that within the walls of 221B Baker Street, the first moves had been made in a game that would test the bonds of friendship, the nature of truth, and the weight of destiny itself. When morning came to London, it arrived with the gentle persistence of a careful servant, drawing back the curtains of night to reveal a city washed clean by the previous evening's rain. The fog had lifted during the night, leaving the air crisp and clear, charged with the particular energy that follows a storm. The gas lamps along Baker Street had been extinguished, their amber glow replaced by the silver light of dawn that painted everything in soft watercolours. Holmes was already awake when the first light touched the windows of 221B, having spent the pre-dawn hours in contemplation, his mind working through the possibilities and probabilities that their new case presented. He sat in his chair by the window, still dressed in his clothes from the previous evening, his sharp profile silhouetted against the growing light. The fire had died to cold ashes, but he seemed not to notice the chill that had settled over the room. Watson emerged from his bedchamber to find his friend in this attitude of deep thought, and with the intuition born of long partnership, he moved quietly to restart the fire without disturbing Holmes's concentration. The familiar sounds of morning preparation, the crackle of kindling catching flame, the gentle hiss of the kettle being set to boil, created a backdrop of domestic comfort against which the extraordinary events of the previous evening seemed almost dreamlike. "Any revelations during your nocturnal cogitations?" Watson asked as he settled into his own chair, wrapping his dressing gown more tightly against the morning chill. Holmes stirred as if awakening from a trance, his grey eyes focusing on his friend with the gradual awareness of a man returning from distant mental territories. "Several possibilities have presented themselves, though none yet rise to the level of certainty. I find myself particularly intrigued by the timing of our client's appearance in London." "How so?" "Consider. A man who has lived quietly in Finland for 15 years suddenly feels compelled to seek a new life in London. What prompts such a decision? What changes in his circumstances or in the larger world make exile in Finland no longer tenable?" Watson poured tea for both of them, the ritual providing a moment for thought. The death of his guardian, perhaps. Anna Petrovna's passing might have made his position there untenable. Possibly. But I suspect there are other factors at work. Political winds shift constantly in Europe, my dear fellow, and a man bearing the name Romanov must be particularly sensitive to such changes. The morning light grew stronger, revealing the familiar details of their sitting room with crystalline clarity. Every object seemed sharper, more defined than it had in the warm glow of the previous evening's fire. The portfolio that Volkov had shown them lay on Holmes's desk, where he had placed it for safekeeping, its leather surface catching the light like a reminder of the mysteries it contained. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard on the stairs, accompanied by the clatter of breakfast being prepared. The sense of cooking bacon and fresh bread began to drift upward, adding to the atmosphere of comfortable domesticity that made their lodgings feel like a sanctuary from the complexities of the world beyond their door. "I've been thinking about this Count Volkonsky that our client mentioned," Watson said, settling back in his chair with his teacup balanced on his knee. "The name seems familiar, though I cannot place where I might have encountered it." Holmes's eyebrows rose slightly, his expression sharpening with interest. "Indeed? In what context might you have come across it? Military circles, perhaps, or medical journals? The name carries the weight of aristocracy, but also something else, something more recent." Watson frowned, chasing the elusive memory through the corridors of his mind. "I shall make some inquiries at my club this afternoon." Their conversation was interrupted by a soft knock at the door, followed by Mrs. Hudson's entrance bearing a breakfast tray that seemed to capture the essence of English morning comfort. The smell of properly cooked eggs and crisp toast filled the room, grounding them in the immediate reality of physical needs and simple pleasures. "Good morning, gentlemen," she said, setting the tray on the table between their chairs. "I trust you slept well after your evening visitor?" "As well as can be expected when one's mind is occupied with puzzles, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied with a slight smile. "Thank you for the breakfast. I suspect we shall need our strength for the day ahead." As they ate, Holmes outlined his plans for the morning, his voice carrying the methodical precision of a general preparing his troops for battle. "I shall visit Mycroft first, then proceed to the Russian embassy to observe the general atmosphere. You, Watson, might begin with your club inquiries, but I would also ask you to pay a visit to the British Museum." "The museum? Whatever for? They have an excellent collection of documents related to the Russian imperial family. I would like you to examine any materials related to the disappearance of Alexei Nikolaevich Romanov 15 years ago. Official accounts, newspaper reports, anything that might shed light on the circumstances of that event." Watson nodded, making mental notes of his assignments. "And our client? Should we arrange to meet with him again today? This evening, I think. By then we should have gathered enough information to ask more pointed questions. For now, it is better that he remains as invisible as possible, while we determine the nature and extent of the threat he faces." They finished their breakfast in companionable silence, each lost in his own thoughts about the day ahead. The morning light had grown strong enough to illuminate every corner of the room, chasing away the shadows that had made the previous evening's conversation feel so charged with mystery. But the mystery itself remained, as solid and present as the documents that lay waiting on Holmes's desk. Holmes rose from the table with the fluid grace of a man whose body followed his mind's commands without conscious thought. He moved to his wardrobe, selecting his clothes with the same methodical care he applied to analysing evidence. Today's investigation would require him to move through different levels of London society, from the rarefied heights of government service to the bustling practicality of the embassy district. "One thing troubles me," Watson said as he prepared for his own departure. "If our client is indeed who he claims to be, and if the Russian government is aware of his presence in London, why have they not simply approached the British authorities? Surely diplomatic channels would be more efficient than sending agents to hunt him through the streets." Holmes paused in his preparations, his hand stilling on his tie as he considered the question. "An excellent observation, Watson, which suggests either that his pursuers do not represent official government interests, or that the matter is considered too sensitive for normal diplomatic channels, or that they intend something for him that they would prefer the British government not know about." "Precisely. Which makes our investigation all the more urgent. We are not simply solving a puzzle of identity, my dear fellow. We may be racing against time to prevent an international incident." The weight of this possibility settled over them both like fog rolling in from the Thames. What had begun as an intriguing question of a royal lineage had evolved into something with implications that could reach into the highest levels of government, that could affect the delicate balance of power that kept Europe from descending into chaos. Holmes completed his preparations and stood before the mirror, adjusting his collar with the automatic precision of long habit. His reflection showed a man prepared for whatever challenges the day might bring, his sharp features set in lines of determination, his grey eyes clear with purpose. But Watson, who knew him better than anyone, could see the subtle signs of excitement that indicated his friend's engagement with a puzzle worthy of his abilities. "Until this evening, then," Holmes said, gathering his coat and hat. "And Watson, be careful in your inquiries. If we're correct about the forces at work here, then even seemingly innocent questions about Russian royalty might attract unwanted attention." After Holmes's departure, Watson sat for a few minutes longer in the quiet sitting room, contemplating the transformation that had occurred in their lives in the space of a single evening. Yesterday they had been two gentlemen enjoying a peaceful night by the fire. Today they were investigators in a case that might involve the fate of nations. Such was the nature of their partnership, this constant oscillation between domestic tranquillity and extraordinary adventure. He gathered his own materials, including a notebook for recording any information he might discover at the museum. The British Museum was a repository of knowledge that encompassed the breadth of human civilization, and if answers to their questions existed in documented form, they would likely be found within its hallowed halls. The morning air was crisp and clean as Watson made his way through the London streets, the city awakening around him with the familiar symphony of urban life. Carriages rattled over cobblestones that still gleamed with the previous night's rain, their wheels creating rhythmic percussion that mixed with the calls of vendors setting up their stalls and the distant whistle of trains arriving at the great stations. London in the morning held a particular magic, when the city shed the mysterious shadows of night and revealed itself in all its Victorian grandeur. The buildings rose around him like monuments to human ambition, their sooty facades softened by the gentle light that filtered through the ever-present haze of coal smoke and industrial progress. At the British Museum, Watson presented himself to the librarian with the respectful demeanour of a scholar seeking access to precious materials. The museum's reading room was a cathedral of learning, its great dome rising overhead like a benediction over the scholars and researchers who bent over their books and documents with the devotion of priests tending sacred texts. "I'm researching the Russian imperial family," Watson explained to the elderly librarian, whose grey beard and careful manner marked him as a guardian of institutional memory. "Specifically, I am interested in any materials related to the disappearance of Prince Alexei Nikolaevich, approximately 15 years ago. The librarian's eyes sharpened with the interest of a man who spent his days helping others navigate the vast territories of recorded knowledge. Ah, a tragic case. The young prince who was lost to the Never River. We have several accounts of the incident, including contemporary newspaper reports and some official correspondence that was donated to our collection by a retired diplomat. Within an hour, Watson found himself surrounded by a carefully curated selection of documents that painted a picture of tragedy and imperial grief. The newspaper accounts were remarkably consistent in their details. Young Prince Alexei had been playing near the river despite warnings about the dangerous ice conditions. He had fallen through a weak spot and been swept away by the current before rescue could be attempted. His body was never recovered, lost forever to the dark waters that had claimed so many victims over the centuries. But as Watson read more carefully, details began to emerge that troubled him. The accounts were perhaps too consistent, as if they had all been drawn from the same official source, rather than representing independent reporting. The descriptions of the search efforts were vague, lacking the specific details that usually mark genuine emergency responses. Most tellingly, there were no interviews with witnesses, no statements from the palace guards who should have been supervising the young prince's activities. The official correspondence proved more illuminating. A letter from the British ambassador to St. Petersburg, written 3 days after the reported incident, expressed his condolences to Tsar Alexander III while noting certain irregularities in the official account. The ambassador had requested permission to assist in the search efforts, only to be told that such assistance was unnecessary, and that the matter was being handled internally by imperial security forces. Another document, a confidential report from a British intelligence operative stationed in St. Petersburg, painted an even more troubling picture. The operative noted unusual activity at the palace in the days leading up to the prince's disappearance, including the movement of several carriages under cover of darkness and the sudden departure of several members of the household staff. The report suggested that the prince's death might have been staged to cover some other event, though the operative admitted he had no direct evidence to support this theory. Watson copied the most relevant passages into his notebook, his medical training evident in the precise, methodical way he recorded the information. Each detail was carefully noted, along with his observations about the sources and their potential reliability. The picture that emerged was one of deliberate obfuscation, of official accounts that raised more questions than they answered. The final document in the collection proved to be the most intriguing. It was a letter from Count Mikhail Volkonsky to the British ambassador, written 6 months after the prince's disappearance. In it, Volkonsky expressed his concerns about the official investigation into the incident, noting that several important witnesses had suddenly left St. Petersburg without explanation, and that key physical evidence had been removed from the scene before it could be properly examined. Watson's pulse quickened as he read Volkonsky's name, remembering their client's mention of the Count as someone Anna Petrovna had spoken of with hope. The letter revealed Volkonsky to be a man of influence within the imperial court, someone with access to information that others might not possess. But more importantly, it revealed him to be someone who doubted the official story of the prince's death. The Count's letter concluded with a cryptic reference to his own investigation into the matter, noting that he had uncovered evidence suggesting the prince might have been removed from the palace for his own protection, rather than having died accidentally. However, Volkonsky indicated that he feared his own position was becoming precarious, and that he might soon be forced to discontinue his inquiries. Watson closed the final document with a sense of satisfaction, tempered by new concerns. The evidence strongly suggested that Prince Alexei's death had been fabricated, lending credence to their client's claims. But it also revealed that at least one person within the Russian court had suspected the truth, and had been investigating the matter, possibly at considerable personal risk. The afternoon was well advanced when Watson emerged from the museum, his notebook filled with carefully recorded information, and his mind buzzing with the implications of what he had discovered. The London streets seemed different now, charged with possibility and threat, as if the knowledge he carried had somehow altered his perception of the world around him. He made his way to his club, a comfortable establishment that had served as a second home to gentlemen of his social class for generations. the club's atmosphere of leather-bound books and quiet conversation provided a perfect environment for the kind of discreet inquiries that Holmes had requested. In the smoking room, Watson found several acquaintances who had served in various diplomatic capacities throughout the Empire. The conversation flowed naturally from general pleasantries to more specific discussions of international affairs, and Watson was able to steer the discussion toward Russian politics without arousing suspicion. "Fascinating country, Russia," commented Colonel Maddox, a man whose military bearing and greying moustache marked him as a veteran of imperial service. "Served there myself for 2 years, back in the 80s. Magnificent and terrible in equal measure." "I've heard the political situation can be quite complex," Watson observed, accepting a brandy from the club steward. "All those competing factions within the court." "Complex hardly begins to describe it," replied Sir Geoffrey Hartwell, whose diplomatic career had included a posting to St. Petersburg. "The Tsar may rule by divine right, but he rules over a nest of vipers who would cheerfully devour each other given the opportunity." The conversation continued in this vein for nearly an hour, with Watson carefully probing for information about Russian intelligence operations in London and the current state of imperial security concerns. What he learned painted a picture of a government deeply paranoid about threats to its stability, particularly threats that might emanate from exiled royals or political dissidents living abroad. "There have been rumours," Sir Geoffrey mentioned quietly, glancing around to ensure their conversation remained private, "of Russian agents operating in London without the knowledge or consent of our own authorities. Nothing proven, you understand, but enough whispers to suggest that not all Russians in our city are here for purely commercial or cultural purposes." Watson filed this information away carefully, noting how it corroborated their client's fears about being hunted by Russian operatives. The picture that was emerging suggested a complex web of intelligence operations and political intrigue that reached far beyond the simple question of one man's identity. As the afternoon shadows began to lengthen, Watson prepared to return to Baker Street for his rendezvous with Holmes. The day's investigations had provided a wealth of information, but they had also raised new questions and highlighted the potential dangers that surrounded their case. The London streets were busy with the evening rush. As Watson made his way home, the gas lamps beginning to flicker to life in anticipation of the approaching darkness. The familiar sights and sounds of the city provided a comforting contrast to the international conspiracies and royal intrigues that occupied his thoughts. Back at 221B Baker Street, he found Holmes already returned and deep in conversation with their client, who sat in the same chair he'd occupied the previous evening, but looked somehow different, as if the intervening hours had stripped away some protective layer and left him more vulnerable to the winds of fate. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said, looking up as his friend entered. "Perfect timing. Mr. Volkov has been sharing some additional details about his years in Finland, and I believe your discoveries at the museum will provide important context for his narrative." Volkov turned to greet Watson with a smile that carried gratitude mixed with apprehension. "Doctor, Watson, I hope your research have been more fruitful than my own attempts to understand my situation." Watson settled into his chair and opened his notebook, the pages filled with carefully recorded information rustling softly in the quiet room. The fire had been rebuilt and was crackling cheerfully in the grate, casting the familiar warm glow that made their sitting room feel like a sanctuary from the complexities of the outside world. "I believe they have been quite illuminating," Watson replied. "The official accounts of your disappearance 15 years ago are remarkably consistent, perhaps too much so. They read like a carefully constructed narrative rather than independent reports of a tragic accident." He proceeded to share the details of his discoveries, watching as Volkov's expression shifted from surprise to recognition to something approaching relief. The evidence of official deception seemed to validate his own memories and experiences, providing external confirmation of doubts he had carried for years. "Count Volkonsky," Volkov said when Watson mentioned the name. "Anna Petrovna spoke of him often, always with respect and sometimes with longing. She said he was one of the few truly honourable men at court, someone who placed loyalty to the imperial family above personal advancement." Holmes leaned forward, his grey eyes sharpening with interest. "Did she ever suggest that he had knowledge of your escape, that he might have been involved in arranging your removal from the palace?" Volkov was quiet for a moment, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames as he searched through memories that had been carefully preserved but rarely examined. She never said so directly, but there were hints, suggestions. She once told me that my survival was due to the courage of people who understood that sometimes loyalty requires disobedience. The implications of this hung in the air between them like incense, heavy with meaning and consequence. If Count Volkonsky had indeed been involved in staging the prince's death and arranging his escape, it suggested a conspiracy that reached into the highest levels of the imperial court, a conspiracy motivated by genuine concern for the child's safety. And my own researches today, Holmes said, have provided additional context for these revelations. My brother Mycroft was characteristically well informed about current Russian intelligence activities in London. It seems that our city has recently seen an influx of operatives whose presence suggests preparations for some significant operation. Watson set down his brandy glass, his expression growing serious. Official operatives? That remains unclear. Mycroft's sources suggest a mixture of official and unofficial actors, which complicates our assessment of the threat level. Some may represent the current government's interests, while others might serve different masters entirely. Volkov shifted in his chair, his hands tightening on the armrest with barely controlled tension. You speak of me as if I were a bone being fought over by different dogs. What do these various factions want with me? Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window, drawing back the curtain to peer down at the street below. The evening fog was beginning to form, wrapping the gas lamps in halos of diffused light and creating the perfect cover for those who prefer to conduct their business in shadows. That, my dear Volkov, depends entirely upon who you truly are, Holmes said without turning from the window. If you are simply Alexei Volkov, a Finnish exile with an elaborate fantasy about royal heritage, then you represent no threat to anyone and these operatives are wasting their time. But if you are indeed Alexei Nikolaevich Romanov, then I am either a threat to be eliminated or an asset to be controlled, Volkov finished, his voice carrying the weary resignation of a man who had finally grasped the full implications of his situation. Precisely. A living Romanov heir represents different things to different factions within Russian politics. To those who support the current Tsar, you are a potential rallying point for opposition forces, a living challenge to the legitimacy of the current succession. To those who oppose the current regime, you are a symbol around which resistance might coalesce. Watson had been following this exchange with growing alarm, his medical training making him acutely aware of the physical toll that stress was taking on their client. Volkov's face had grown pale and his breathing had become shallow, as if the weight of imperial expectations was literally crushing the air from his lungs. But there is a third possibility, Holmes continued, turning from the window with an expression of grim determination, that you represent not a political asset but a political inconvenience. Someone whose very existence complicates carefully laid plans, in which case the simplest solution would be to ensure that you cease to exist entirely. The room fell silent except for the crackling of the fire and the distant sounds of London settling into evening routine. The implications of Holmes's words seemed to draw all the warmth from the room, leaving them sitting in contemplation of dangers that reached far beyond the comfortable walls of their sanctuary. Volkov stood abruptly, his movement sharp with the energy of a caged animal suddenly realizing the true dimensions of his imprisonment. He moved to the fireplace, placing both hands on the mantelpiece and staring into the flames as if they might hold answers to questions he was afraid to ask aloud. 15 years, he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. 15 years I have lived with uncertainty, but also with hope. I hope that someday I might reclaim not just my identity, but my purpose. Now you tell me that hope may be the instrument of my destruction. Watson rose from his chair, his medical instincts compelling him to offer comfort even when words seemed inadequate to the task. We do not know that for certain. Holmes speaks of possibilities, not inevitabilities. There may yet be paths through this labyrinth that lead to safety. Holmes returned to his chair, his expression thoughtful but not without compassion. Indeed, Watson speaks truly, but we must acknowledge the full scope of the dangers we face if we are to navigate them successfully. Ignorance may occasionally prove blissful, but it is rarely conducive to survival. The fire crackled softly, sending shadows dancing across the walls in patterns that seemed to shift and change like the political alliances that shaped the fate of nations. Outside, the fog was thickening, wrapping London in its protective embrace and muffling the sounds of the city until they seemed to come from another world entirely. "Tell me," Holmes said, his voice taking on the gentle tone he reserved for witnesses who needed careful handling. "In all your years with Anna Petrovna, did she ever speak of contingency plans? Alternative identities, safe havens, people who might be trusted if your situation became untenable?" Volkov turned from the fireplace, his face illuminated by the dancing flames in a way that seemed to reveal both the man he had become and echoes of the child he had once been. She spoke sometimes of America, of the opportunities that existed in a land where birth mattered less than ability. She had contacts there, she said, people who had helped other refugees start new lives. Contacts, Holmes repeated, filing the information away in his methodical mind. Names, locations, anything specific that might prove useful? A name, yes. Marcus Webb, in New York. She said he was a businessman who had made his fortune in railroads, but who remembered his own humble origins well enough to help others escape their pasts. Volkov paused, his expression growing distant as he accessed memories that had been carefully preserved against just such a need. She gave me a letter of introduction, sealed and hidden among my other documents. Insurance, she called it, against a day when Finland might no longer be far enough from Russia. Watson had retrieved his notebook again, and was recording these new details with a methodical precision that had served him well in both medical practice and criminal investigation. And she never explained how she knew this man, what connection linked a Finnish exile to an American railroad magnate. Anna Petrovna knew many people whose pasts were more complex than their present circumstances suggested, Volkov replied with a slight smile that carried both affection and loss. She once told me that the world was full of people who had been forced to reinvent themselves, and that such people formed a kind of unofficial brotherhood, bound by their shared understanding of what it meant to lose everything and have to start again. Holmes leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled beneath his chin as he processed this new information. The picture that was emerging was one of carefully constructed networks of support, of people who had anticipated the need for escape routes long before such routes became necessary. It suggests a level of planning and foresight that goes well beyond the impulse to save a single child, Holmes observed. Your Anna Petrovna was clearly a woman of remarkable capabilities, someone who understood not just the immediate dangers you face, but the long-term implications of your survival. The church bells tolled the hour with deep, resonant notes that seemed to echo through the fog-wrapped streets, like a reminder of time's steady passage. 9 o'clock, and the night was still young, but already it felt heavy with the weight of revelations and the promise of more to come. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard on the stairs, followed by her gentle knock and the appearance of the evening tea service. The familiar ritual provided a moment of normalcy in the midst of their extraordinary circumstances, the comforting sounds of china and silver creating a bridge between the world of international intrigue and the simple pleasures of domestic comfort. "Gentlemen," she said, setting the tray on the table with her customary efficiency, "I've taken the liberty of preparing some sandwiches as well. I suspect you may have missed your dinner in all the excitement." Holmes smiled with genuine warmth, his appreciation for Mrs. Hudson's care evident in his expression. "You're entirely correct, as usual. We have indeed been so absorbed in our discussions that we have quite forgot the needs of the body." After she departed, they partook of the simple meal with the gratitude of men who had learned not to take such comforts for granted. The sandwiches were perfectly prepared, the tea properly brewed, the entire service a testament to the domestic arts that made civilized life possible, even in the midst of chaos. "I have been thinking," Watson said as he set down his teacup, "about this Count Volkonsky and his apparent investigation into your disappearance. If he suspected the truth 15 years ago, what became of his inquiries? Did they simply cease? Or might there be records, documents, evidence that he gathered?" Volkov's expression grew thoughtful, his gaze once again drawn to the hypnotic dance of flames in the fireplace. Anna Petrovna received letters from time to time, always delivered through intermediaries, never bearing official seals or signatures. She would read them alone and then burn them, but I could see that they affected her deeply. Affected her? Holmes asked, his voice carrying the careful neutrality that encouraged detailed responses. Sometimes they brought relief, as if good news had arrived from a distant battlefield. Other times they brought worry, and she would pace the cottage for hours, making plans that she never explained to me. The last letter came perhaps 2 years ago, shortly before her final illness began. Holmes and Watson exchanged glances, both recognising the potential significance of this correspondence. If Count Volkonsky had indeed been investigating the circumstances of the prince's disappearance, and if he had been maintaining contact with Anna Petrovna, then he might possess information crucial to understanding not just the historical events, but the current dangers that surrounded their client. "Do you recall anything about the delivery of these letters?" Holmes inquired. "The appearance of the messengers, the timing of their arrival, any patterns that might suggest their origin?" Volkov closed his eyes, concentrating with the intensity of a man reaching back through layers of memory to retrieve details that had seemed unimportant at the time. "They always came in winter, when travel was most difficult and strangers were most conspicuous. The messengers were invariably Finnish, local men whom Anna Petrovna knew by name, but who never spoke of where the letters had originated." "Which suggests a carefully constructed courier network," Watson observed, "designed to obscure the true source of the communications while ensuring their delivery." "Indeed," Holmes agreed. "Such networks require significant resources and planning to maintain, which reinforces our assessment that your supporters possess both means and motivation to protect you. But it also suggests that Count Volkonsky, if he is indeed the source of these communications, has remained active in his investigations despite the obvious dangers. The implications of this were both encouraging and troubling. If the Count was still alive and still investigating, it suggested that allies existed within Russia who might be willing to help. But it also meant that the conspiracy surrounding the prince's disappearance had continued to evolve over the past 15 years, growing more complex and potentially more dangerous with each passing season. "There is something else," Volkov said hesitantly, his voice carrying the weight of someone about to share a secret that had been carefully guarded. "Among the documents that Anna Petrovna left me, there is one that I have not shown you. A map, hand-drawn and annotated in Russian, showing routes through the forests between Finland and St. Petersburg." Petersburg. Holmes's eyebrows rose with interest. "Escape routes?" "That was my assumption. But looking at it more carefully, I began to wonder if they might serve another purpose. Some of the annotations reference not just paths through the wilderness, but locations where messages might be left, where contacts might be made." Watson set down his notebook and leaned forward, his expression intense with the realization of what their client was suggesting. "A communication network? A way for those within Russia to maintain contact with those in exile?" "It would explain many things," Holmes said thoughtfully. "How Anna Petrovna received her letters, how Count Volkonsky has maintained his investigation despite the official obstacles, how word of your presence in London might have reached the wrong ears." The last point hung in the air like a sword suspended by a thread. If the network that had protected Volkov for 15 years had been compromised, it would explain not only how his enemies had located him, but why they felt confident enough to operate openly in London. Volkov rose from his chair and moved to retrieve his portfolio, his movements careful and deliberate. From among the documents within, he withdrew a piece of parchment that had been folded small and wrapped in oiled cloth for protection. As he unfolded it, the firelight revealed intricate drawings that showed not just geographical features, but the accumulated knowledge of generations of travellers who had learned to move unseen through the vast wilderness that separated civilizations. Holmes examined the map with the focused attention of a scholar studying an ancient text, his grey eyes moving across the carefully drawn lines and symbols that represented paths known only to those who had travelled them in secrecy. Watson joined him, and together they traced the routes that connected remote villages to hidden crossing, safe houses to message drops, the entire infrastructure of a shadow network that had operated beneath the notice of official authority. "Remarkable," Holmes murmured, his voice carrying genuine admiration for the complexity and thoroughness of the system. This represents years of careful observation and planning. Each route has been tested, each location verified, each contingency anticipated. But also, Watson added with growing concern, it represents a vulnerability. If this map exists, others might exist as well. If one copy has fallen into the wrong hands, then the entire network is compromised, Volkov finished, his voice heavy with the realization of what his own survival might have cost others. Dear God, what if my escape to London has exposed people who trusted Anna Petrovna to keep their secrets? The weight of this possibility seemed to settle over the room like a shroud, transforming their investigation from a matter of personal survival into one of broader responsibility. The fire crackled softly, its warmth unable to dispel the chill that came from contemplating the potential consequences of betrayal and exposure. Holmes folded the map carefully and handed it back to their client, his expression grave but determined. We cannot change what has already occurred, but we can work to minimize the damage and protect those who remain at risk. The first step is to determine exactly who knows of your presence in London and how they acquired that information. And the second step, Volkov asked, accepting the map with hands that trembled slightly despite his efforts at control. The second step, Holmes replied, his voice carrying the quiet confidence of a man who had faced impossible odds before and emerged victorious, is to turn this situation to our advantage. If your enemies believe they have cornered you, they may become careless, and careless enemies make mistakes that can be exploited. Watson looked up from his notebook, where he had been recording the details of their discussion with the methodical precision that had made him an invaluable partner in so many previous adventures. Are you suggesting we use him as bait? I am suggesting we use the situation as it exists to gather the information we need while ensuring our client's safety, Holmes replied carefully. But yes, that may require allowing his enemies to believe they have the advantage while we work to understand their true purposes and capabilities. The fog outside had thickened during their conversation, wrapping the windows of 221B Baker Street in a cocoon of grey that muffled the sounds of the city and created the sense of being suspended between worlds. The gas lamps in the street below were barely visible through the murk, their amber glow diffused into soft halos that provided more atmosphere than illumination. Volkov moved to the window, drawing back the heavy curtain to peer out at the fog-wrapped street. His reflection in the glass showed a man caught between two identities, the exile he had become and the prince he might have been, both versions of himself visible in the interplay of firelight and shadow on the window's surface. I have lived my entire adult life in the shadow of uncertainty, he said softly, his breath fogging the glass as he spoke. Always wondering if the next day would bring discovery, always prepared to flee at a moment's notice. I had hoped that coming to London might offer the chance for a normal life, for the luxury of planning beyond the next season. And it still might, Watson said gently, his medical training evident in the compassion that coloured his voice. But first we must navigate the current crisis. We must ensure that your past does not destroy your future. Holmes had moved to his desk and was writing rapidly in his precise handwriting, the scratch of pen on paper creating a steady rhythm that seemed to anchor them to the immediate task at hand. I am preparing a series of telegrams that will set certain inquiries in motion. By tomorrow evening, we should have a clearer picture of the forces arrayed against us. What sort of inquiries? Volkov asked, turning from the window with an expression that mixed hope with apprehension. Discreet questions posed to reliable contacts in various European capitals, men who understand the value of information and the importance of discretion. If Russian operatives are active in London, other intelligence services will be aware of their presence. If Count Volkonsky is still alive and still investigating, certain diplomatic channels will have noted his activities. Holmes paused in his writing, looking up at their client with an expression that combined determination with genuine concern. But I must warn you that setting these inquiries in motion will also alert our opponents to the fact that you have sought professional help. They will know that you are no longer operating alone, and they will adjust their plans accordingly. The implications of this settled over them like the fog that wrapped the city, dense and encompassing. What had begun as a question of identity had evolved into a chess game played on an international board, with moves and counter-moves that could affect not just their client's fate, but the stability of nations. "There is one more thing," Volkov said, his voice carrying the weight of a final revelation. "Something I have not told you because I was not certain of its significance. 3 nights ago, the night after I noticed I was being followed, I received a message at my lodgings." Holmes set down his pen, his full attention focused on their client. "What sort of message?" "A note slipped under my door while I slept, written in Russian, in a hand I did not recognize. It said simply, 'The Count remembers his promise. Trust the music box.'" The words seemed to hang in the air like incense, heavy with meaning that remained just beyond comprehension. Watson looked up from his notebook, his eyebrows raised in surprise, while Holmes's expression sharpened with the intensity he reserved for clues that promised to unlock entire puzzles. "The music box," Holmes repeated slowly. "The troika you mentioned from your childhood nursery." Volkov nodded, his face pale in the firelight. "I have carried it with me all these years, one of the few physical reminders of my early childhood. Anna Petrovna insisted I take it when we fled, and said it might prove important someday. And where is this music box now? Hidden in my lodgings, wrapped in cloth, and concealed beneath a loose floorboard. I have examined it countless times over the years, but it appears to be simply what it seems. A child's toy, beautifully crafted but containing nothing beyond the mechanism that makes the horses dance." Holmes rose from his desk, his movements sharp with purpose. "Mr. Volkov, I believe the time has come to examine that music box more carefully. If Count Volkonsky has indeed been maintaining contact with your network, and if he believes you can be trusted with something beyond a simple toy, then that music box may contain more than childhood memories." The urgency in Holmes's voice seemed to energize all 3 men, transforming their contemplative evening into something approaching action. Watson closed his notebook and reached for his coat, while Volkov gathered his portfolio with hands that no longer trembled, but moved with the decisive energy of a man who had finally chosen to face his destiny rather than flee from it. "But surely it would be dangerous to return to his lodgings," Watson said, his military experience evident in his tactical thinking. "If he is indeed being watched, approaching his rooms would provide his enemies with the perfect opportunity for capture." "Quite true," Holmes agreed, his grey eyes bright with the particular intensity that indicated his mind was working through possibilities and contingencies at tremendous speed. "Which is why we shall not approach his lodgings directly. Instead, we shall arrange for the music box to come to us." "How?" Volkov asked, his voice carrying both hope and skepticism. Holmes smiled, the expression transforming his sharp features into something almost predatory. "London, my dear fellow, is full of people who know how to retrieve objects from places where they do not belong, and who ask few questions provided their services are properly compensated. Fortunately, I have occasion to employ such individuals with some regularity." Within an hour they had dispatched a carefully worded message through channels that Holmes preferred not to discuss in detail. The response came back with remarkable speed. The task could be accomplished before dawn, provided certain conditions were met and certain fees were paid. Holmes agreed to both without hesitation, his resources apparently as considerable as his reputation suggested. While they waited for the operation to unfold, the 3 men maintained their vigil in the warm comfort of the sitting room. The fire had been rebuilt and was burning brightly, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to mirror the uncertainty of their situation. Outside, the fog continued to thicken, wrapping London in a blanket that muffled sound and obscured sight, creating the perfect cover for the kind of nocturnal activities that Holmes had set in motion. "Tell me more about this Count Volkonsky," Holmes said, as they settled in to wait. "What manner of man was he that would risk his position, and possibly his life, to investigate the disappearance of a child who was not even his own?" Volkov accepted a fresh cup of tea from Watson, using the moment to gather his thoughts and access memories that had been carefully preserved but rarely examined. "From what Anna Petrovna told me, he was a man who understood that true loyalty sometimes requires acts that appear disloyal to those who cannot see the larger picture. A man of principle rather than expedience," Watson observed, Precisely. She said he had served my father faithfully for many years, but that his loyalty was to the institution of the monarchy rather than to any individual Tsar. He believed that the Romanov dynasty's survival depended on maintaining certain standards of honour and justice, even when such standards proved inconvenient. Holmes nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. Such men are dangerous to those who prefer their loyalty unquestioning and their service unthinking. They tend to ask uncomfortable questions and to remember inconvenient truths. The conversation was interrupted by a soft tapping at the window, a sound so gentle that it might have been mistaken for raindrops or settling wood. But Holmes recognised it immediately as the signal he had been expecting, and he moved to the window with the quick, purposeful strides of a man whose plans were proceeding exactly as anticipated. The exchange at the window was brief, and conducted entirely in whispers, but within moments Holmes had returned to the fireplace carrying a small bundle wrapped in dark cloth. He set it on the table between their chairs with the careful reverence of someone handling an object that might contain explosive materials. "The music box," he announced simply, his voice carrying both satisfaction and anticipation. Volkov reached for the bundle with hands that trembled slightly, not from fear but from the weight of memory and possibility. As he unwrapped the cloth, the firelight revealed a small masterpiece of the jeweller's art, carved from what appeared to be ivory and inlaid with precious metals. The troika scene was exquisitely detailed, with 3 horses captured in full gallop and a driver whose miniature face bore an expression of determined concentration. "It is as beautiful as I remembered," Volkov murmured, his voice carrying the wonder of a man rediscovering a piece of his own history. "But I have examined every inch of this piece countless times over the years. If it contains secrets, they are well hidden indeed." Holmes accepted the music box with the careful hands of an expert, his long fingers moving over the surface with the sensitivity of a blind man reading Braille. Often the most effective hiding places are those that hide in plain sight. A mechanism designed to make horses dance might conceal other mechanisms as well. For the next hour, Holmes subjected the music box to an examination that was both systematic and gentle, his knowledge of mechanical devices evident in the way he approached each aspect of its construction. Watson and Volkov watched in fascination as the detective's fingers found hidden catches and secret springs, revealing levels of complexity that went far beyond what would be necessary for a simple toy. "Remarkable," Holmes murmured as he worked. "The craftsmanship is extraordinary, but more than that, it shows evidence of modification. Someone has altered the original mechanism, adding components that serve purposes beyond mere entertainment." As if responding to his words, the music box suddenly clicked softly, and a section of the base that had appeared solid swung open to reveal a small compartment lined with silk. Within the compartment lay a folded piece of paper and what appeared to be a small key made of an unusual metal that caught the firelight with an almost liquid gleam. Volkov gasped audibly, his eyes wide with the amazement of a man witnessing magic. "In 15 years of examining that piece, I never suspected." The mechanism was designed to remain hidden until activated by the proper sequence of manipulations, Holmes explained, his voice carrying the satisfaction of a puzzle solver who had successfully navigated a particularly complex challenge. "Whoever modified this piece was an artisan of the highest calibre." Watson leaned forward eagerly as Holmes carefully extracted the paper from its hiding place. The document, when unfolded, proved to be covered with text written in a cipher that appeared to combine several different languages and symbol systems. But at the top, in clear Russian script, was a single line that made Volkov's breath catch in his throat. "For Alexei Nikolaevich, when the time comes to reclaim what was lost," he translated, his voice barely above a whisper, "your devoted servant, M.V." The signature was unmistakably that of Count Mikhail Volkonsky, written with the confident hand of a man who expected his words to survive long enough to reach their intended recipient. The date on the document was less than 2 years old, proving that the Count had not only survived the intervening years, but had continued his investigation into the prince's disappearance. Holmes examined the cipher with the focused attention of a scholar approaching a text in an unknown language, his grey eyes moving across the symbols and notations as he searched for patterns that might provide a key to translation. This will require time to decode properly, but I can see already that it references locations, names, dates. It appears to be a comprehensive summary of Count Volkonsky's findings. The small key proved equally intriguing, its unusual metal and intricate design suggesting purposes that went beyond opening ordinary locks. Holmes held it up to the firelight, noting details of its construction that spoke of specialised craftsmanship and specific applications. This key was made for a particular purpose, he observed. The metal appears to be an alloy I do not immediately recognise, and the design incorporates elements that suggest it opened something more complex than a simple chest or drawer. Volkov accepted the key when Holmes handed it to him, turning it over in his palm with the reverence of someone holding a piece of his own destiny. "It is warm," he said with surprise. "Even though it has been locked away for years, it feels warm to the touch." "Certain metal alloys retain heat more effectively than others," Watson observed, though his medical training could not entirely explain the phenomenon they were witnessing. But this does seem unusually pronounced. The discovery of the hidden compartment and its contents had transformed their understanding of the situation completely. What had appeared to be a simple case of mistaken identity had revealed itself as part of a complex, long-term investigation conducted by one of the most trusted members of the Russian court. Count Volkonsky had not only suspected the truth about the prince's survival, but had gathered evidence to support his theories, and had found a way to communicate that evidence across the years. "The question now," Holmes said, settling back in his chair with the encrypted document in his hands, "is what Count Volkonsky discovered during his investigation, and what he expects you to do with that information." The fire crackled softly in the grate, its flames dancing in patterns that seemed to reflect the complexity of the mystery they were unravelling. Outside, London slept beneath its blanket of fog, unaware that within the walls of 221B Baker Street, 3 men were holding documents that might reshape the political landscape of Europe. "I believe," Holmes continued, his voice carrying the quiet confidence of a man who had begun to see the pattern within the chaos, "that we are dealing with something far more significant than a simple question of royal succession. Count Volkonsky's investigation has uncovered evidence of a conspiracy that reaches into the highest levels of the Russian government. And you, my dear Volkov, are not merely a survivor, but a key witness to events that certain people would prefer remained buried." The weight of this realization settled over them like the fog that wrapped the city, dense and all-encompassing. But with it came also a sense of purpose, the understanding that their investigation had evolved from a matter of personal survival into something approaching a mission of historical justice. Watson closed his notebook with a soft snap, the sound seeming to mark the end of one phase of their investigation and the beginning of another. "What do we do next?" Holmes smiled, his expression carrying the anticipation of a man who had found a puzzle worthy of his abilities. "Next, my dear Watson, we decode Count Volkonsky's message, we determine what that key opens, and we prepare ourselves for what I suspect will prove to be the most complex and dangerous case of our partnership." The night stretched ahead of them, full of possibility and peril in equal measure, but for the first time since Volkov had climbed their stairs seeking help, all 3 men felt that they were no longer merely reacting to events, but had begun to take control of their own destiny. The game, as Holmes might have said, was truly afoot. The following morning dawned clear and crisp, the fog having lifted during the night to reveal a London washed clean by rain and brightened by pale autumn sunshine. The city stirred to life with its familiar symphony of sounds, the clatter of carriages on cobblestones mixing with the calls of vendors, and the distant whistle of trains carrying their human cargo to destinations known and unknown. Within the comfortable confines of 221B Baker Street, Holmes had spent the early hours working on Count Volkonsky's cipher with the methodical persistence of a scholar unlocking ancient texts. The encrypted document lay spread across his desk, surrounded by reference books, notebooks filled with tentative translations, and the accumulated tools of cryptographic analysis. Watson found his friend in this attitude of deep concentration when he emerged from his chamber, Holmes's sharp profile illuminated by the morning light streaming through the windows. The detective's grey eyes showed the slight redness of a man who had worked through the night, but his expression carried the satisfaction of someone making steady progress against a challenging opponent. "Any success with the Count's message?" Watson inquired, settling into his chair with the morning paper and a cup of Mrs. Hudson's excellent coffee. Holmes looked up from his work, stretching his long frame like a cat awakening from sleep. "Considerable success, though the implications are more troubling than I had anticipated. Count Volkonsky has uncovered evidence of a conspiracy that reaches not just into the Russian court, but into several European governments." He held up a sheet of paper covered with his precise handwriting, the translated portions of the cipher revealing themselves in elegant English prose. "It appears that the young prince's disappearance was orchestrated not to protect him from political enemies, but to remove him from a succession that had been carefully manipulated by foreign interests." Watson set down his coffee cup, his attention fully focused on his friend's revelations. "Foreign interests? What manner of foreign interests?" According to Volkonsky's investigation, a consortium of German and Austrian financiers had invested heavily in certain Russian industrial ventures, investments that would prove enormously profitable if they could influence the succession to ensure a Tsar sympathetic to their enterprises. Holmes paused, allowing the implications to settle. Young Alexei represented a threat to their plans because his tutors had instilled in him a deep suspicion of foreign influence in Russian affairs. The morning light seemed to grow sharper as the weight of these revelations became clear. What had appeared to be a simple case of royal intrigue had revealed itself as part of a complex web of international financial manipulation that had shaped the course of European politics for more than a decade. Volkov appeared in the doorway at that moment, drawn by the sound of their conversation. He had slept little, his face showing the strain of a man wrestling with the implications of his own existence. But his bearing carried a new determination, as if the discoveries of the previous evening had finally provided him with the clarity he had sought for so many years. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said, settling into the chair that had become his customary place during their discussions. "I trust the Count's message has proven illuminating." Holmes nodded, gathering the translated portions of the cipher into a coherent narrative. "More than illuminating, revelatory. Count Volkonsky has documented not just the circumstances of your disappearance, but the ongoing consequences of that event. Your survival, and more importantly your potential return, poses a direct threat to financial arrangements worth millions of pounds." Volkov accepted the cup of coffee that Watson offered him, using the moment to process the implications of what he was hearing. "So I am not merely an inconvenient reminder of past deceptions, but an active threat to present conspiracies." "Precisely. Which explains why your enemies have been willing to risk operating on British soil. The stakes are high enough to justify considerable risks." Watson had been reading over Holmes's translations, his expression growing more troubled with each revelation. "But surely these financial arrangements, however lucrative, cannot be worth the risk of international incident. If the British government learned that foreign agents were operating assassination plots on our soil—" "Ah, but that assumes the British government is not already aware," Holmes replied, his voice carrying the grim satisfaction of a man who had uncovered an unpleasant truth. "Count Volkonsky's investigation suggests that certain elements within our own government have been aware of and possibly complicit in these arrangements." The words hung in the air like smoke from a snuffed candle, heavy with implications that reached into the highest levels of power. The comfortable sitting room suddenly felt less like a sanctuary, and more like the eye of a storm that encompassed continents. Volkov set down his coffee cup with hands that trembled slightly, not from fear but from the overwhelming weight of understanding. 15 years, he said softly. 15 years I have lived believing that my survival was a stroke of fortune, a narrow escape from political chaos. Now I learn that my very existence threatens to expose a conspiracy that spans nations." Holmes rose from his desk and moved to the window, drawing back the curtain to survey Baker Street in the clear morning light. "The question now is what we propose to do with this knowledge. Count Volkonsky has provided us with the key to understanding the forces arrayed against us. But understanding an enemy and defeating him are entirely different propositions. "And the physical key?" Watson asked, indicating the unusual metal artifact that lay on the table between them, catching the morning light with its liquid gleam. "Have you determined what it opens?" Holmes smiled, the expression carrying the anticipation of a man about to reveal a carefully guarded secret. "I believe I have. The design and metallurgy suggest it opens a safety deposit box in one of London's more exclusive banking establishments. The question is which one, and what Count Volkonsky has arranged to be waiting there. The implications of this were staggering. If the Count had been conducting his investigation for years and had anticipated the need to provide evidence to support his findings, he might have accumulated documentation that could expose the entire conspiracy. But accessing such evidence would require venturing into the heart of London's financial district, potentially exposing themselves to the very enemies they sought to evade. "It seems to me," Volkov said slowly, his voice carrying the weight of a man making a decision that would determine the course of his remaining life, "that I have spent enough years running from my destiny. Perhaps the time has come to face it directly." Watson looked up from the decoded messages with concern evident in his expression. "That may be admirably courageous, but it would also be extraordinarily dangerous. If we are correct about the forces arrayed against us, approaching that safety deposit box could be walking directly into a trap." "True," Holmes acknowledged, returning to his chair with the fluid grace of a man whose body followed his mind's commands without conscious thought. "But continuing to hide achieves nothing except prolonging the inevitable. Our enemies know we exist. They know we are investigating, and they know we have made contact with Count Volkonsky's network. The only question is whether we act from a position of knowledge or allow them to act from a position of strength." The morning light continued to strengthen, chasing away the last shadows of night and revealing their situation with crystalline clarity. They sat at the centre of a web of international intrigue that reached into the highest levels of European society, possessed of knowledge that could topple governments and reshape alliances, but also marked for destruction by forces that had already proven their willingness to kill to protect their secrets. "There is one advantage we possess," Holmes continued, his grey eyes bright with a particular intensity that indicated his mind had found a path through the labyrinth. "Count Volkonsky has provided us not just with evidence, but with allies. His network extends throughout Europe, and if we can make contact with the right individuals, we need not face this challenge alone." Volkov leaned forward, his expression eager with the hope of a man who had carried his burdens in solitude for too long. The map from the music box. "You believe it shows not just escape routes, but contact points. I believe it shows both, and more importantly, I believe it shows us how to reach people who have been fighting this same conspiracy for years, people who understand both its scope and its vulnerabilities." Watson had been studying the translated cipher with the methodical attention of a man trained to identify patterns in complex data. According to these documents, Count Volkonsky mentioned safe houses in 3 different countries, each maintained by individuals who owe their safety to the same network that protected our client. "A brotherhood of exiles," Holmes observed, "bound together by their shared understanding of what it means to be targeted by forces larger than themselves." The afternoon was well advanced when they finally put their plan into motion, the clear morning having given way to the kind of gentle overcast that made London feel wrapped in grey velvet. The 3 men moved through the city with the careful coordination of experienced campaigners, each taking a different route toward their common destination, but maintaining visual contact whenever possible. The banking establishment that Holmes had identified as the most likely repository for Count Volkonsky's evidence proved to be a monument to financial discretion, its marble facade and brass fittings speaking of institutional permanence and unquestioned reliability. The interior was hushed with the reverence that surrounded great accumulations of wealth, the very air seeming to whisper of secrets carefully guarded and trust meticulously maintained. The unusual key opened its designated repository without difficulty, revealing a collection of documents that represented years of careful investigation and methodical accumulation of evidence. Count Volkonsky had assembled not just proof of the conspiracy surrounding Prince Alexei's disappearance, but documentation of its ongoing effects on European politics and economics. Among the papers were photographs of documents bearing official seals, copies of private correspondence between high-ranking officials, and financial records that traced the flow of money through a complex network of banks and investment houses. But most significant was a detailed map of the conspiracy's current structure, showing how the original plot had evolved into an ongoing operation that continued to influence the succession of European thrones. "Remarkable," Watson murmured as they examined the evidence in the privacy of a small room the bank provided for such purposes. "The Count has documented not just a historical crime, but an ongoing criminal enterprise." Holmes nodded, his expression grave as he absorbed the full scope of what Volkonsky had uncovered. "And he has also provided us with the means to expose it. These documents, properly presented to the right authorities, could bring down not just individual conspirators but the entire network that supports them." But even as they catalogued the evidence, all three men were aware that their actions had not gone unnoticed. The banking establishment's careful security had been designed to protect against common criminals, not against state-sponsored operatives with resources and training far beyond those of ordinary thieves. The attack, when it came, was swift and professional, launched by men who moved with the precision of soldiers and the ruthlessness of those who were killed for political rather than personal reasons. But Holmes had anticipated such a response, and the preparations he had made proved adequate to the challenge. The chase that followed led through the labyrinthine streets of Victorian London, a complex game of pursuit and evasion that tested both their knowledge of the city and their ability to think quickly under pressure. But they were not alone in their flight. Count Volkonsky's network had indeed extended its reach into London, and allies appeared when they were most needed. The resolution, when it came, unfolded not in violence but in the quiet chambers where diplomatic negotiations determined the fate of nations. The evidence they had assembled proved sufficiently compelling to convince certain highly placed officials that the conspiracy posed a threat not just to Russian stability, but to the entire European balance of power. In the end, it was not Volkov's identity as Alexei Nikolaevich Romanov that proved decisive, but his willingness to serve as a witness to crimes that reached across national boundaries. The question of his royal heritage became secondary to the larger issues of international justice and the protection of legitimate governments from foreign manipulation. The weeks that followed saw a careful redistribution of power and influence, conducted with the discretion that marked all truly significant political changes. Certain financiers found their investments suddenly less profitable. Certain officials discovered that their services were no longer required, and certain intelligence networks found themselves exposed to uncomfortable scrutiny. For Volkov himself, the resolution brought not a crown, but something far more valuable: the freedom to choose his own destiny. The evidence of his royal birth remained genuine, but the political circumstances that had made that birth dangerous were systematically dismantled by forces more powerful than any individual conspirator. On a quiet evening in early winter, as the first snows of the season began to dust the streets of London with white, the three men sat once more in the comfortable confines of 221B Baker Street. The fire crackled cheerfully in the grate, casting its familiar warm glow across walls that had witnessed the resolution of so many mysteries. "I have decided," Volkov said, his voice carrying the quiet confidence of a man who had found peace with his choices, "to accept the offer from Marcus Webb in New York. Anna Petrovna was right about America offering opportunities for those willing to start anew." Holmes nodded approvingly from his chair by the fire, his long frame relaxed in the attitude of a man whose work had been completed to his satisfaction. "A wise choice. You have served the cause of justice admirably, but you have also earned the right to live for yourself rather than for the expectations of others." Watson looked up from the letter he was writing, his expression carrying the satisfaction of a chronicler who had witnessed history in the making. "And the title? The claim to royal heritage?" Volkov smiled, the expression transforming his face into something younger and more hopeful than they had seen before. "Will remain exactly what it has been for 15 years, a memory of what was, rather than a burden defining what must be. I am content to be Alexei Volkov, railroad engineer in training, rather than Alexei Nikolaevich Romanov, pretender to a throne that brings more sorrow than joy to those who occupy it. The church bells tolled the hour with their deep, comforting voices, marking the passage of time that had transformed a frightened exile into a man capable of choosing his own destiny. Outside, London settled into its ancient rhythms, the snow beginning to accumulate on windowsills and rooftops, creating the perfect blanket of white silence that would carry them all gently towards sleep. Holmes reached for his pipe, beginning the familiar ritual that marked the end of another successful investigation. "It occurs to me," he said, as he prepared the tobacco with methodical care, "that this case has taught us something valuable about the nature of identity itself." "How so?" Watson asked, setting aside his letter to give his friend his full attention. "We began with the question of who our client truly was, assuming that identity was a matter of documentation and bloodline. But in the end, we discovered that identity is perhaps better understood as a matter of choice and character. Our friend here chose to risk everything to expose a conspiracy that threatened innocent people, regardless of whether those people would ever know of his sacrifice." Volkov accepted a final cup of tea from Mrs. Hudson's evening service, holding it in hands that no longer trembled with uncertainty, but were steady with purpose. Anna Petrovna always said that nobility was not a matter of birth, but of behaviour. I think she would approve of the choice I have made. The fire settled into its final phase, the flames dying down to leave the warm glow of embers that would carry them through the night. Outside, the snow continued to fall, each flake catching the light from the gas lamps and creating a gentle cascade of silver that seemed to bless the sleeping city. "To new beginnings," Watson said, raising his teacup in a quiet toast. "To choices freely made," Holmes added, his grey eyes reflecting the dying firelight. "To have the courage to be who we choose to be," Volkov concluded, his voice carrying the peace of a man who had finally found his way home. The snow fell softly through the London night, covering the city in pristine white that transformed the familiar into something magical. In the warm circle of firelight that encompassed the three friends, the great questions of identity and destiny had been answered not with the crash of empires, but with the quiet satisfaction of individuals who had chosen to act with honour, regardless of the personal cost. And in that gentle resolution, as the embers glowed and the snow whispered against the windows, there was a peace that spoke to something deeper than political intrigue or royal heritage. It was the peace that came to those who have faced their fears and found within themselves the strength to choose light over darkness, truth over convenience, and courage over safety. The night deepened around them, wrapping London in dreams of snow and starlight, while within the walls of 221B Baker Street, three men settled into the comfortable silence of friends who had shared an extraordinary adventure and emerged not just victorious but transformed by the experience of choosing to stand together against the forces that would diminish the dignity of individual human choice. In the end, that was perhaps the greatest mystery they had solved. Not who Alexei Volkov truly was, but who he chose to become. And in that choice, freely made and courageously sustained, lay all the nobility that any crown could ever bestow. And so, the tale comes to a close. But before the silence settles, tell us, are you listening from beneath the stars in Istanbul, the quiet alleys of Prague, or the early glow of Sydney's morning light? Don't forget to like, share and subscribe if the night speaks to you. Until our next midnight meeting, rest easy, dream deep, and beware what follows in the dark.